Hey guys. This is not KCD2 as you can see. That is intentional. I wanted to get some work done today. I don't know. Needed a break. Let's see. Okay, I want to work on this change set. However, I probably should make a new branch. Let me think. Let's do it out of safety. What are we working on today? Let's see here. Effect implementation indication. We can do that to start with. Say, potion combat additionals. Go for it. Oh. There we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, the first thing I want to jump into today, let me pull up the U-track board in a incognito window. Docs. People I work with. This one. So I want to have some sort of icon indicator that effects have been implemented for battle and thrown potions. It's likely we won't and probably shouldn't implement all combat effects for the prototype. However, in the case that we do it in batches, so, I'd like at least to have a way to communicate, hey, this effect does work properly if you throw it on things, and this one, won't. And if I am not mistaken with what Cuthbert has done, that should be pretty easy to grab, since he has a database of, different effects that can occur. And we will just either add an enum to that data table, or we will just check if a row name exists, and if it does, sorry, I'm having some hiccups. We can show an indicator that has been implemented or not. That's the plan, at least. And then after that, I think that won't take very long, maybe a couple hours maximum. We have a couple of other ideas that I'd like to jump to. Probably the player attribute HUD will be one. That's probably what we'll do after this. That way you can actually see how much, health and essence and stamina you have. All those sorts of goodies. That'll make debugging a lot easier, and it's pretty easy to hook into gas, so that also shouldn't take very long, but we will see. Okay, what change set are we working on here, just out of curiosity? We last pulled from main before puzzles and seasons. That's fine. I don't think there's anything too major here that I changed. But we'll get that merged as soon as we can. There's gonna be some conflicts we have to iron out. Okay. Effect implementation icon or indicator. Two places, potentially three. Everywhere that we have something about, let me see. We're back. We are back. I still do want to do some effects widget. Oh, if we use this everywhere, this would work actually pretty well. Alright, I'm doing well. Yeah, I don't know, I was sitting last night and I was thinking, well, yes, I still want to play KCD2, but at the same time, I've kind of just been playing that non-stop for a week. I don't even know how many hours we have on it, but probably close to 70 or 80. I need a break. Build effects. If we use this everywhere else, this will be really, really quick to do. Yeah, I see you guys are happy I'm back to game dev. I know the games aren't for everybody. I do it for my sake mostly. I understand if people tune out during those periods. Don't blame you. Okay, let me see what data table he's using for this. Alchemy. He threw it in here. Potion, potion, potion. Reaction, no, potion. Where did he put it? Effect range and spawnable object. Okay, he's using the... Yeah, I see. It's curious though, because he has a restore health working. Where is this getting checked? I mean, granted, I could also just put it in DT effects of whether or not we have implemented the effects properly for combat. There's some refactors we have to do to this. We need to get rid of the gameplay effects. Here. We don't have that many effects. Manually putting into the data table whether or not we have that effect implemented for combat is not that big of a deal. Let's see here. Combat. I'll make a new enum. Effect implement combat effect implementation status. Let's do none partial and full. And we'll say that this is from the perspective of the logic, not from the perspective of visuals, since that's what we primarily care about. Yeah. All right, implementation. Save this, check this out, close everything, don't save. Reload. One day they'll fix that bug. One day. Maybe by Unreal 7. Hey Lazarla, you're looking bright and happy today on a Thursday of all days. What happened today? Is it because Valentine's Day is tomorrow? Who you kissing? Oh, you just made cake. Okay, that makes sense too. Pretty exciting. I was hungry. Hungry, you made a cake. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a proper meal, but it does its job. Hey, Phrase, how you doing? It's good to see you guys. Alright, let us open data. Effect. Combat implementation status. I know for sure restore health is fully implemented. Fortify health is partially implemented. I just had a call with Cuthbert about this. Aether Light is partially implemented. Almost done. Almost done. And Immolation is fully implemented. Now, from a visual perspective, these are not really the most... We just need them to work, right? And we don't... It's not like we're effects artists or anything, so in a lot of cases, the creations we have here are definitely workable. But we still need to do some work on them. He does light on fire. And he dies. We also need to put in some loot tables, and I need to fix their collision when they die. But we're getting there. One thing at a time. I think I have those in our U track as well. Yeah, we have loot tables here. So we'll get there. This prototype already looks and plays better than some slop on Steam. Thank you, man. Thank you. I know it's... I just wish it looked better visually. But, you know, we kind of have to deal with the lack of knowledge and skill that we have. The recipe had me put boiling water in the batter. What? Boiling water in cake? Huh? Does concussive blast work? What's the debug button for checking attributes? Let's see. Hey, Public Float, what are you making? I am working on some of our potion combat for our alchemy game, our RPG. What's the button? 3. That's the wrong 3. That's also the wrong 3. Hold on. Uh-oh. What's the button to see behaviors? BP or CPP? Both. Both, but mostly Blueprint for the prototype. The end result of the final game will be mostly CPP with, I don't know, maybe 20-30% Blueprints. Blueprints are just easier for us to prototype with. I mean, there's stuff they're actually brave enough to ask money for. Well, some people are very brazen with that, right? I'll get Cuthbert on here when he wakes up. He can help me with some of this stuff. Okay, I don't know if Concussive Blast is... Well, I could check it. Let me check it. Let me make a couple of Concussive Blast potions. That'll work. Beautiful. Make a few more of those. Put a job fair here on the 16th. Hopefully we'll find some decent work for the winter. Lots of competition for jobs here in Toronto. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. Definitely. Did someone drop a 5090 on YouTube? I told them that they should set it to me. Being safe right now. Somebody dropped a 5090? Like on the ground? Alright, we will see if this works. know if that did damage to him. I think a concussive blast is going to be the next one that Katsura works on. Yeah. Okay, so that one has no implementation at all yet. That is fine. I don't think any of these have any implementation yet. We're just getting started. Yeah, okay, that looks fine. So now on the UI element for effects. The way it looks right now is as such. We have the effects here, and I want some indicator or icon here that effects have or have not been implemented into potion combat. I don't want to do it as a tooltip on the text either. Won't be very visible. Maybe I can just recolor a sword and shield icon. Sword and shield icon. Something like this. This'll work. I heard that 5090 has really bad thermals. I don't know if that was proven or anything, but that's what I heard. Like 150 degrees Celsius near the connection point with the 4-pin or the 6-pin. Actually, I think they're 8 pins on PCIe's. All right, let's see here. Delete that. Let's go into here. That out. Probably cut this out too. Would I want it gray or would I want it white? Make it gray for now. Rasterize this. Oh, it should be rasterized. Okay. How much are you paying Adobe for stealing all your data and images for AI training? I'll let you guess how much I'm paying. And I will neither confirm or deny anything. Yeah, we're on the same page, don't worry. Type in Gen P on Google. Anybody's curious? Thank me later. Combat effect implementation. None. That'll work. Partial. And full. Okay. An interesting search. I'm definitely not looking at it right now. I just threw a couple of words and letters together and set it to chat. And if it turns out to be something interesting, I guess it is what it is, right? Okay, effect implementation. Pull these in. Oops. Wrong place. There we go. Alright, let's see. Potion effect. Yeah, we have the border around that. Let's do... Wrap this with a horizontal box. No padding. Ban the bot in chat. Do right padding of maybe 5. Why is that being a bitch? That's fine. Do it like that. AI implementation icon. Let me see what one of these looks like. Oh. Bring this down to... I don't know. 32 by 32. Actually, 32 by 32 works. Yeah, that's a good size. That should work. All right, when building these, just text widget. Wait, it makes just text widget? Not a potion effect? That's annoying. So I must use two different... things here? Yeah, the ingredient info panel uses its own text. That's workable. And shove it into here. Alright, I will make a new function then for this. Check effect implementation. And we will bring in an ID and return the implementation status. Maybe we should do check combat effect implementation instead. Oop. Here we go. I don't think I have a... I can only get effect type, so what we'll just do is just check the get data table row. Effects. If row found. Break. Implementation status, return. Not found, print. Error. Could not find effect on table. Could not find effective ID. In effect data table. That should work. Good enough. And then just return none on the status. Okay, that works. So I guess that we only use effects widget maybe on potions and whatnot. I didn't propagate that over to the ingredient info panel. Now we could do that. We could propagate it over. Build effects list just needs the potion data. That's why. Yeah, it's just for potions. It's kind of annoying. That's fine though. We'll get this refactored. Not a big deal. Yeah, this, you know what, this is the one for, wait. Highlight ingredients, set ingredients. We said start dev back up on Monday. I did say that. And then I woke up and I was like, you know what, I kind of just want to work today. So that's what I decided to do. Wait, thank you. Yeah, I kind of just do what I want to do on stream. I've heard that's the secret to enjoy streaming, is just pretty much do what you want to do. We will finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Ingredient, yeah, so this is for the cauldron. So this must be only used on the resulting potion. I know where this is used. It's here. Or not. Huh? Wait, hold on. On the scenes, wife hit you with a rolling pin to stop being a neat. He doesn't really police what I do on stream or not. Okay, so it is on the inventory potion panel. That is the only place. But I must use WBP potion effect somewhere else. Potion finishing? It's weird because I have some functionality in the potion effect. Oresha, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? I have some weird functionality in here that I don't think I use. Unhovered highlight ingredient. Let me see. My suspicion is that it's being used on the table. Hold on. Here, yeah. Debugging failed, the window is ticking. Weird. So I do use it in the Cauldron Ocean panel. I must add it to the effects box. Let me see here. Build potion panel. Create effect widget and icon. Yeah, here it is. Okay, well, we can fix that. Make a new function on the potion effect for set combat implementation status. Get effect, break. Check combat implementation status. And we will on eye implementation icon set brush from texture. Do a select node. Status. This will be the simplest solution. I would like a tooltip on that though too, so let me do that. Create widget. Although we should probably detect if no, this is fine, this is fine. Because we're not updating the existing widgets, we are making a new widget each time, in which case the old widgets get sent to the garbage collector, and this should be fine here too. Thank you, Mizu. Hope you have an amazing day yourself. I hope you are as well. You brilliant artist. Very jealous of your skills. Just text tooltip. And yeah, we just update t-text on this. Cool. Text. Get t-text. Set text. Else of your game so far if it's very inspirational. Well, you're very inspirational to me. We can inspire each other. Get a room, guys. Hey. We will get a room, and then we will talk about game stuff. That's what we will use in that room. So how did you implement the material on this one? Hey Nisir, what are you working on? I am implementing a little icon that'll indicate whether or not a effect is implemented in combat. And this is for the sake of like debugging and communication purposes. But our game is a alchemy RPG game. This effect is not yet implemented for potion combat. Some of this effects. Hold on, there's gotta be a better way to word this. Some of this affects functionality. This effect is fully functional for potion combat. That'll work. All right, let's run that. Here. And we can at least see if this works for the moment. Oh, ew. I don't like the spaghetti. That's better. Not perfect, but better. Yeah, I remember because we had to kind of hack this in a little bit. I don't know. Prototypes. It is what it is. Okay, so potion effect is only used when you're making potions, which I suppose we can go check that out right now. Resist magic. Yeah, that does have that. Of course, in this case, the tooltip will not show up. Should be able to get it to show up, though. Kind of like we do here for the flavor values. Oh, I never gave it the tooltip. Hold on. Let me check at least that something like immolation is working, though. Just made a mistake. Okay. Yes. That does look fine. Set tooltip. Okay, let's try that now. Because it should hit. It should hit and it should show that tooltip. This panel is the least important to show it on, but I still want to have it. It's showing up down there. Why? I wonder what the bounds are on that. Be something with the bounds. Desired on screen. The effects widget desired on screen is this big. What did I do for the flavor down here? Part of the flavor chart. On hover to get mouse position. Set the tooltip position in viewport. Yeah, I see. Okay, let me try that. Potion effect. Override on hovered. Wait, we'd have to do on mouse. Well, we could do no, we could do the effect button. We could actually put it here. And we'll need to save the tooltip as a... Or just grab the tooltip. That position... Oh, I can't directly update the position in port. Widget object reference. Icon tooltip object. Yeah, we'd have to make it. Okay, I see. Let me see if that works, or I organize it. Alright, I hear my game so much. I just have to mute it. I don't know if any of you guys are the same, but at a certain point, I've heard my ambient sounds enough. I'm done. I don't want to hear it more. Why is it down there? You know that feel? What do I think about my game? I have some issues with it. I have some major issues with certain aspects. I think overall it's pretty decent for our limitations in, you know, people and skill. Especially not having an artist. But I won't deny that there are some massive problems that I have with it. Enough for Kickstarter. Oh. Potentially. Especially the background music when you quickly restart the app, right? Like, dude, just mute the background music. Just train yourself to become an artist. That'll only take a few years. I don't know why it's down so far. Just get good. It could be something to do with the text tooltip, but I don't think so. Remember, AAA games tend not to run on day one. It's a sad reality nowadays, isn't it? Could just forego the tooltip. At least on this panel. Because this panel is... It's in-world. It's really annoying. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Hold on. The tooltip that shows up for the flavor widget works because I think that it is not attached. This one is attaching itself to the widget, which is why it's fucking up. I forget how the one is being created for the flavor widget here. But it is separate. What if we... hacky solution. This is a really stupid idea. I think it'll work. I think it's really stupid. I don't think it's worth the effort. Apart from the fact that it's large as hell, I don't like it. I mean, I can always fix the size of that. I mean, realistically, it should just be an event. On hovering that specific icon. But I have to put a button over it. It's also confusing too because I think for a new player playing it, when they take a look at this tooltip, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Granted, I can just fix the text of it to make sense. We'll try lowering the font size. I'll try doing it this way. All uses of the effect functional. Do that. Grab the effect, break it. Implementation status. Okay, let's move this down. Remember, we just need this to work, not be particularly pretty or perfectly coded. So this will be hacked in a bit. Okay, promote to variable. Tooltip. On unhover, get tooltip. Remove from parent. Which should send it to the garbage collector. Although I feel like I'm missing a node. Remove from parent. No, like destroy. There's a like I'm missing something with that. Which was added to the player's screen or the viewport, which it was. It will also be removed from those containers. Maybe not. Maybe this will, because it was added directly to the viewport, it's being removed from those containers, meaning it's floating. Garbage collector should come by and sweep it up. And then null it. I think. We might want to adjust the position that it shows up in out of an abundance of safety. We'll see. As I'm hitting the tooltip itself. I can just make that tooltip not hit testable. I should have done that a long time ago anyway. I thought it was non-hit testable self only. Self and all children. Guess not. Yeah, it was just that the mouse was hitting that. Oopsie-daisies. Okay. Don't like the position. We can fix that, and the size of the text. Those are pretty much my two major issues with it. I think we're going in the wrong direction here. Not a minus 16, but a plus. $50, let's try. And as for the text size, make font. Should be able to get font as well. I don't think I can adjust just one thing on it. I think I have to hook it up like this. Really, really stupid. I could be wrong on that though. You know what, let me try it. Okay. Let me see if this actually works. If I can just connect in the size of it. Or just update the size of it, I mean. Do that. I don't know what the default size is. It is 24. Let's lower that to 16. No, I think we do need to hook up the other things. I'm glad I checked. Okay, good to know. I mean, there's no outlining or monospace shit, so I could just unhook those. Typeface wouldn't matter. Outline settings, font material. Really just these two that need to be... Or just this one, actually. I think. Change all your text in game to that, then it's good to go. Oh yeah, that players will surely have no problem understanding the game. I mean, I think the distance away from it is good, but I kind of want it to be above. I don't know. Maybe I'll move it to be up here when you hover, rather than below it. Imagine a game with alt text being A. I mean, what the number of games that we've seen on Kickstarter that make their trailers, air quotes for people who are lurking, have very heavy air quotes, they just record themselves in Unreal Engine because they don't know how to make a build. And it's the screen is just full of debug text. And they say, yes, trust me with your money, because as you can see here, this thing that I totally didn't download from a pack will work the way that I envision it in 2 months' time if you give me $500,000. So yes, I could imagine a game with alt text just being filled with some error code. Probably not intentionally, though. Man, Kickstarters were very disheartening. Okay, we'll see if that works. I mean, technically it is working from a functionality perspective. I don't think there's an issue there. In which case, let's propagate this tooltip and icon over to the other use cases. So the info panel here needs it. We'll need to wrap this with a horizontal box. We just need to smash together to have the game made next month. Just need $1 trillion to complete it. I know people have been very critical of my hot takes about using game assets in a game. I just don't think I'm communicating the problem that I see with it very well. It was mostly like that with that Vampire Syndicate game or something. I forget what it was. The one that we saw on Kickstarter, and it's on Steam. People have been critical about it. I mean, they have been. But it was that one that was on Kickstarter that got a lot of money. And it was literally all just mashed together asset packs. Like, there was almost nothing except that I could see one UI widget that was made by the developer himself in that trailer. That was the only thing that he made. And that would take like 10 minutes to make. It does work. I mean, it did definitely worked. What's it called? Vampire Syndicate. Yeah, this one. Raised $113,000. And nothing was handmade. Hey, Yuki Doogie. Last time I was here, you were not this far into the game. When were you here? How long ago? You're just jealous. I'm jealous of the money. I don't like the way it was obtained. I would never scam people like that. Choosing the default. It's Roboto, and yes, we are using the default font in many cases because it works. Remember, we are in a prototype, so everything we see is temporary and will be placeholder and will be replaced once we have the funding to do so. And especially UI. I could spend months making the UI look good, except that I have to refactor probably many of the systems in there, in which case all of the art will become useless, so there's no point to it. Use a medieval themed font. Recommend Cardinal. Let me see. Cardinal font. It's all beta, even the game idea, once it's going to be 100% different. Let me check it out. Potentially, maybe for some books we would use this, but it is hard to read. I think it looks good for like titles, but it does not look very good from the perspective of like reading long forms of text. We have a different text that we use for NPCs when they arrive. Let me get Spoon out here. Do you consider wingdings? Yeah, I'll show you the NPC font. Oh, you can't come in. Gotcha, bitch. Damn it. So we use a different font here that I think looks nice. But for me, it's really important that it's just very easily readable. Not that it's necessarily perfectly immersive, especially for prototyping. Waste of time. 1, 2, 3. Let me rename these. Effect 1. Effect 2. You'll notice for most games, they actually don't even finalize their UI in vertical slice. Although vertical slice is where you will have mostly, you know, finalize UI in terms of this is how we intend it to kind of feel and to look and what part of the screen it's going to take up. A good example would be early Witcher 3 footage. You can see here that they even have things that never appeared in the final version of the game, like the time of day and the weather, although I think they maybe moved that to a different element, and Fiend, that you're fighting some Fiend. And then this looks slightly different from what it was. So, you know, yeah, by vertical slice, you probably will have a lot of these elements in place and looking good. By the way, this bitrate is horrible. Holy shit, this is the worst bitrate I've ever seen. This is 1080p. God damn. But it was from 2014, so. Witcher 3 HUD. Yeah, you can see the end version of the game here. So most of these things were in place, but they had added additional elements and they removed the information of what you're fighting. And then they, of course, added some additional elements down here for what you have equipped and other things like stamina. And this looks different too down here than it does in the final version. So UI is usually one of the last things you work on until you have finalized systems, because the art of it and the, you know, proper debugging of like the anchoring takes a lot of time and effort. So it's useless to waste time on that when you're still working on systems. Okay, build ingredient effects. Let's see here. If the game is a UI sim. Even then, if it's just like a full UI game, you should not worry about art for the UI at all until your vertical slice. I mean, as long as you're still working on systems and what's going to be on that widget and in what place all of the elements are going to be in, it's just a waste of time to worry about how it's going to look. And I mean how it's going to look in terms of the visuals, not the placement, because placement is about user experience. The visuals is more of a way to help contrast elements with each other, which can help user experience, or to just make it look more immersive, right? So yes, our UI does not look very immersive. It's not meant to. It's meant to be functional. And then we can get a 2D artist or, you know, a UI artist or something to make up a concept to show to publishers and say, okay, here, functional, here's what it will look like with proper art. Now give us money. Money me. Money a need now, please. Or buy one. You can buy, like, there's some art or UI elements that can scale. Other times you might need specifically sized pieces of art for your UI. It just depends on what kind of element you're making, right? Okay, for loop index. Do I have an index variable here? I do not. Ugh. Let's do this. Index. Whole thing is messy. Do a select node. Here's that one humble bundle. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones too by Kenny. Especially if you're working like in Godot, Yuki, you might be interested in this. And these are all free. Or you can pay a little bit to get the all-in-one bundle. So these are pretty nice. And they're really good for prototyping. Or for things that, you know, you don't need something super fancy for, like on-screen controls. Little things like that can take a lot of time to make, button prompts, and being able to just download a pack that has all these implemented. Send it? Okay, I will send it. Hold on. Yeah, Kenny is a fantastic developer, and he even makes like 3D stuff too. Like, oh, let's make a little roller coaster game. It's free. Creative Commons. Fun little stuff. Using Blue Sky though. I don't know who uses Blue Sky. Okay, what am I doing? Index, grab the right implementation effect. You want to know every site that has free assets? There's probably quite a few. Okay, now this works a little bit differently in that the ingredient info panel is always there. We update the tooltip. So I think what we'll do is check if the tooltip widget is valid. And if so, we'll just update the tooltip widget's text. So if valid, cast a text tooltip. Get text, set text, and we should have the effect here. All the way over here though. Current effect. So this is so messy. I've had to touch this part of the code like 10 times. And every time I just keep bandaging up. God. Okay. Current effect. Break. Implementation status. I think 2 is what I'll do is I'll store the implementation tooltip text in there. Maybe make my life a little bit easier. Do. Add return. Text. I think Avowed comes out today. Now that I think about it. And like the early pay us more money, get access to the game before other people. Because we know that you'll pay for FOMO. Is anybody gonna play it? Am I right about this? Thursday? Some like 5-day early access or something? And I should clarify, it's not paid to get it early. It's paid to not get it later. Avowed. Yes. In 8 hours. For 380 Zvoti. What is that? Do the mental math for me. $95, dude. Ain't no way it's $100. Holy shit. Okay, how about this? Here's an interesting question for you guys. Game is $60. Normal AAA title, right? Would you pay $60 to have it on the day of release, or a lower amount of money to have it later? Which is, I guess, just kind of a sale. I guess that's kind of a dumb question, because it's just like, it's just a sale. Over amount. I mean, what if it was $60 on release day, but $50 1 week later? But I mean, that to me, that's just a sale. It's like, it's nothing special. This is a reverse sale. So, wait, a reverse sale. Yeah, you're just being fucked in that case. $100 for 5 days? Really? It's so stupid. Here's a better question. Would you just torrent the game in order to have it 5 days early? Damn, dude. Quarantine too hard? Will it have like de novo or anything? No, so it will be available. It'll be available within a few hours. I'm sorry, these characters just don't look good. It looks like Concord characters in an RPG game. Like, you know, if it's completely, you know, something like this looks fine. But whoever this character is, I just don't think looks very good. I don't like the design. This is what you would see in one of those, you know, cheap hentai games. I don't know. I'll still try it to see if it's good, but the character designs are very off-putting to me. Even if the game itself is likely to be pretty decent. There is a character creator, but I don't think that this character here was made with the character creator. I think this is a companion. Unless I'm mistaken. But they show off like these characters here, and I think these might be the companions. Avowed companions. Yeah, there's only 4 companions, by the way, too. That is ridiculously small for an RPG game. 4. 4. For an open world RPG. A fighter, a ranger, and 2 wizards. So it's like you don't even have a choice of 2 different fighters. So whatever this guy's, you know, moral or ethical beliefs, if you need a fighter, this is what you'll have to deal with. And to me, that's just kind of really shitty. Gender male. Are they even romanceable? I kind of feel bad for straight women, though, or for gay men, because your options are either dwarf or blue man. Or companions. It's so weird to me. Especially for a game from Obsidian. I don't know. We'll see. There's no summoner class. I don't know what the classes are in Avowed. I don't even know anything about that. Classes. Oh, Fextra Life. Can I not look at Fextra Life? Please? Literally anywhere else. No solid classes, but skill trees that you can dip into. And it's Fighter, Ranger, Wizard. I'll probably play it. I'm going to play it offline. I'm not going to play it on stream. Unless it's like something that is really good. It's just so weird. It's like this feels like such a watered down RPG. Like it's not like I don't enjoy the classless nature to it. I don't have the money to buy. I just look, we're about to spend like many thousands of zloty on our wedding party, and we just had to buy rings, so it's like I don't have the money to spend on $100 early access right now. For a game that I don't think I'll like. I don't know. The only way I can put it. But even 2000s Bethesda, I mean, you had so many more companions available to you in, let's just say like Oblivion and Morrowind. Those were much deeper RPGs. But your credit card, yeah, but I don't use my credit card in the sense that, you know, I have credit. I use it like a glorified debit card. I don't spend money I don't have. Let's create widget. Text tooltip.
Anonymous tipped $100 for Avowed or the wedding, whichever seems more fun.
Thank you for the tip. I don't even know how many that was because it was in Polish. But thank you for the tip, Anonymous. And I think that, to be fair, the wedding seems a bit more fun than Avowed. At the end of the day, the wedding and I will get fucked, okay, at the end of the day with both of these things. But one of them will feel good. Let's put it that way. $100? Who's tipping $100? Who did that? But I really appreciate that. That's a lot of money. Who tipped, and do you want me to play Avowed? Because I don't really have a lot of time. I can play it on weekends, but we have to finish up KCD too. But if you want that money to go towards Avowed, just let me know. If you want it to go towards my OnlyFans, we can do that too. OnlyFangs. What? Okay, so what is OnlyFangs? I understand that it's like a a clan in WoW, but why is it so big, and why are there so many different people in it? Is it supposed to be like some celebrity, some like WoW celebrity clan or something? Like only the best of the best can get in there or something? Or the big streamers, content creators? What's the point of it? It's just a streamer guild. Oh, okay, so it was basically built from the very basis to be a very toxic community where streamers vie for attention, and any mistake is going to ripple out because they're all content creators. And half of them probably drama farm, is what it comes down to. Did I nail that on the head, or? Okay. Sounds good. Tyler 1 is in there? Does Tyler 1 even play WoW? I thought he played League of Legends. The loudest person I know on the internet. Set tooltip. I need to set the icon as well. Someone has quit his guild OnlyFangs after a disastrous World of Warcraft Classic raid that resulted in his character dying in WoW Classic 3 days ago. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand any of this WoW stuff. I just play OSRS. WoW, I don't know. Every time I see WoW content, it just looks like it's just toxic. I never see any WoW content where somebody is doing something nice for someone else. It's like it's all drama, it's all toxic. How can you do something nice in a PvP driven game? That's a fair point. That's a very, very fair point. Any MMO heavy game is usually pretty toxic, to be fair. You're right. That's why I play mostly co-op games. The content is over, it's just toxic now content. I set this up right. I was half paying attention while implementing it. Let's see. Yeah, Forever Skies is getting its co-op update. They did a great job with that. Yeah, we could lower the text. Yeah, I gotta fix that too. Okay, couple of issues. Couple of issues. Yeah, I had a lot of fun working with the guys and girls at Far From Home. I'm really happy that they've gotten this far with the game. Hope I'll see them again this year at Digital Dragons. I should be able to. UI comes last. The visuals of the UI come last. Like making it look pretty. But I do want it to be functional. Rather than Lich King, everyone hates WoW. They put too much money into it, stop playing, so you have all these people playing WoW that hate WoW. Oh. Yeah, that sounds healthy. Hey, Bleacha. How's it going? It's been going very well. Had to take a break from KCD too. Kind of getting burnt out of it. I think I was just playing it too much. And I have this weird thing where if I'm not making games, I actually get pretty depressed, so I had to fix that. Only be a double-branded criminal for so long. That's true. I saw a post from the Sky Oblivion guys yesterday. It was on Twitter, but maybe they have it on YouTube as well because the bitrate was pretty bad. Of Shandell. Filters week. Let me find it on Twitter. Guy Oblivion. Yeah, here it was. It's looking really, really beautiful. Keep in mind though, the bitrate is horrible on Twatter. It looks good. It's looking really, really cool. We will 100% play this when it drops. Fuck the haters. If they implement the features from Morrowind, though, Oblivion and its successors really only filed down the freedom of mechanics. I believe they are. I'm pretty sure that Sky Oblivion and Skywind will have all of the, like, creating your own spells and all of the other systems that are unique to those games. And they've had to make them from scratch. Who's hating on this? I don't know who's hating on this. I mean, like, people who will just want me to make games and not ever play them. I'm sorry, but I believe playing games is a pretty integral part to any game designer's job. And I will continue to do it. And because it's fun. Why is that not? I know why it's not. If true. Visible, false. Collapse. If true, not. Why is that not collapsing? I don't think living forever would be a good thing. I don't think I'd like to do it. It's showing up. Implementation icon effect. Set visibility to collapsed or visible. You know what it is? It's because effects, it is a valid index. What I need to be checking is if the effect is a valid effect. That's what it should be checking. What skill will you pick on your next life? And some isekais are just so lazy. They have no reason to exist. Like sometimes it's so useless too that they'll kill off some, salary man in Japan, right? As usually it is with some truck, with Truck Kun. And his old life will just not matter in any way. It has no purpose to the story. They could have just made an entirely new story with new characters in a fantasy world, and it would have accomplished the exact same thing. I don't get it. Oh my god, I should just rewrite this. It's so much spaghetti. Let's not talk about it. When we don't get to indulge our fantasy of leaving everything behind for an elf harm. Yeah, but it's like, but that individual that's in there could have just been a normal fantasy story, and I think people would have been able to self insert themselves into fucking elves. Like for the first 3 or 4 episodes, or in this case, chapters of a manga, everything is normal as expected. And he's using past information from his previous life in this new one, and then it just stops. I don't know. There's never anything beyond that. That is the depth of its complexity. Is, oh my god, wow, yeah, I remember back in my previous life that this really weird meteorological information or geological information that I learned in high school can help me fight back against the Demon King. Wow, great. Oh my god. And it's the same thing every time. Every fuck. So boring. I'll get the fish working after today. I turned it off for the game. I forgot to turn it back on. I don't get why it's not collapsing the icon. It's not making the tooltip. Should. Is good. Resist magic. That should appear. Calm. That's good. Effect ID is null. Oh yeah, because we do the... Kind of needs to happen after the... Needs to be like that. Did you know my past life I killed a Demon King and that's why Hell's not on Earth right now? All I'll say is I appreciate when, you know, a character's past life actually plays a role in the story. I think that's why something like Mushoku Tensei is so much more interesting for me to watch. Especially with a very flawed character like Rudy. Clean this up just a little bit. Someone else has to. Damn you. Do your job. Shinjusuke, where a salaryman otaku dad gets transported into a josei visual novel. I feel like I would know the name of that if you told me. It sounds familiar, and that sounds kind of, you know, those ones like the comedic isekais are pretty funny, and I think are at least sometimes more entertaining than the traditional. You know, I was reborn in a new world as a Republican, and my left toe only has skin but no fingernail or toenail. You know, it's like, okay, whatever. Thank you for the interesting story. Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know the name of that one. Must have been something similar to that I'm thinking of. There was one a couple years ago. What was it called? Yeah, your boy Kung Ming. That was a pretty funny one. I enjoyed this one a lot. Where the ancient strategist Kung Ming is transported from historical China to modern Japan. And he uses his strategy and tactics to help an idol gain popularity. Very absurd. Okay, this is a little bit less chaotic, but still, it feels too dense. That should fix our ordering issue, though. Yeah. Okay. That works. And as we get those effects implemented, we can slowly update our list here. Last thing I'll do is lower the text size on these. That's on T text. We've all seen Free Run, right? There's nobody still holding back on that. I even got my mom to watch that one. Yeah, imagine not watching Free Run, right? I got my mom to watch that one, and I forced her to watch it in Japanese because I will not sit there and listen to the English dub. I'm sorry. There are very few things that I can stomach the English dubs of. Okay, that was a few more nodes than I had anticipated for that. That is what it is. Let's get these working on the potion. Panels 2. You watching English dubs? I wish that I knew Japanese enough that I could, listen to some things on the side. Because for me, watching it's very much an active thing where I have to watch and then look at subtitles. And I'm fine with that. But sometimes I just like to chill out, play some game and listen to things on the side. And there's more than enough trash that I could listen to on the side. Just text widget. Ugh, okay, I gotta do the same thing here. It's annoying. Could I repurpose this? Hey, Casper. I'm working on a branch of your branch right now. You get, effect implementation statuses. Kind of gay, that's right. You can see statuses of different effects in their implementation for combat. So we can fill this in as we go, and then once everything's implemented, we can just delete the code for this. Watch all the time we get to where you can start translating. Oh, I don't know. I can pick out words, but otherwise, I'm not very good with languages. Okay, build effects, let's go. At least we build this fresh every time, so I can just pretty much pull this from here. Or just move this over to the effects widget, potion. A potion effect is used in... It should really be renamed. Hold on. Because they're just text. I'll make a duplicate. Delete these. Set ingredients stream. Delete these. Delete. Place with child. Delete. Back to border. I don't know why that's a variable. Implementation icon text. All we need is the text in the implementation icon. Okay, build widget. Okay, effect data, set effect. Should be easy. Break, get string. From DT strings. Effect name, set text. Think too that we can use. Hold on a sec. Some of this can be reused, such as the get effect type and make slate color target of the text widget. Okay. That'll update the text color. We need the implementation icon. Hey man, Trippy. Hi. We can use this again. Get implementation. How's it going? It's going well. Getting back into the dev. Doing some miscellaneous stuff for potion combat. There's a lot to do for potion combat, but just a reminder, if you guys are curious, you can watch us implement things as we do them and keep track of our progress on our U-Track. So type an exclamation point progress into the chat and you'll get a link to the publicly available Kanban board. Keep in mind though that honestly we're such a small team, we kind of communicate things directly to each other, so in a lot of cases we don't fill out descriptions very properly. Because it's just like, oh, yeah, we'll do it this way. We type in, DM. That will of course change if we get funding, the team becomes bigger, we get a proper, production team going. Then we will do things more properly. Right now, though, waste of time. Okay, let's create widget. Text tooltip. Would be a much better way to make this text tooltip. Should have done that. Okay, set text. And then we'll want to upgrade the icon too. Okay, that should work. Potion effect standalone. That's going to replace the potion panel. Build effects list. You start using your taskboard again? Yeah, we kind of... We wanted to, then we fell off from doing it. And then we're like, okay, now we should probably do it again. Bad habit of small teams where we don't actually have an explicit need to do it. But I think with potion combat, there are so many different moving parts that we didn't anticipate needing to make with potion combat that this is for the best to do it this way. Okay, let's see, delete. All of this. Not this. Create widget. Potion effect. Build widget. Effect data. We'll see if this is a bit more robust. Probably done as a solo dev, but it's still nice having an overview. Yeah, I think that it's just nice. Like you said, just because we're solo devs or something, or indie devs, doesn't mean we won't forget things, or we might not have other people come on board, or whatever. And I think having a board that I know is publicly available also provides some level of social accountability. Where I know that if I don't update it and keep it up to date, then players might question why nothing is getting done. So, you know, that accountability is nice. That's also why I stream game development. The game was originally for a game jam, so I ended up spending quite some time refactoring afterwards, which kind of made me work on all parts at once anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. That is fair. Okay, well that looks ugly. Why are they so ugly? Hold on. What am I looking for? Tools, debug, widget reflector. Done. Calm down. Why is that so weird? Liren, thank you so much for the raid. 28 people. How you doing, guys?
Lirenstras raided Mystream with 28 viewers.
How's it going, guys? Hi. Hope you're having a good Thursday. What were you guys up to today? What were you playing? I saw some Darkest Dungeon 2 recently. I don't know if you're still playing that today, though. They must be filling. If I force them to be left... I think I know what the issue is here. Where is the effects standalone? Yeah, that's the issue. Still ugly. We can fix that. Do that. We were center justifying them before. Centering them again will resolve that. Okay, we are still missing the tooltip. But that at least looks better. Why is my tooltip not working? Because we create the tooltip and we never set the tooltip. Okay, that would make sense. Set tooltip. We probably also want to adjust the font size too. The whole text tooltip is kind of an old remnant from early days of development. It's not set up very well. Realistically, I would pass a data like what text do we want to show and what size of text, and then I would adjust that within the instance itself. Here it's, I don't know, it's just a mess. I should fix it, really. I could fix it. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it. Oop. We will have font. But font itself would be the font. It would be all of its information. We just want font family. Realistically. What is that? Font family. Font object. Oh, it's just object. Not even like a special type or anything. Wait, really? No. Wouldn't it be this font? Yeah. Okay, there it is. Font, we'll set a default value to whatever we have. Or just determine if it is valid class. And if it's valid, then we can override the font. Otherwise, we will just keep the font the way it is. Don't do that. Okay, font size and text. Float text. Set text equal to text. T text get set font. Make slate font info. We'll do a select on font family. And check if this is valid. If true, then set it to that font, otherwise keep it on Roboto. And in all other cases, we only really need to adjust size. And actually, we can just plug in font size to that. Although I don't think we have a default value for that, so... Oh no, we can. 24. Okay, that'll work. So I don't need to go back and update the existing usages of this widget, but from now on I can just use this. Save myself a bit of time. We can just run build widget, plug in our text, ignore this, keep font empty, size 16, and that should work. Alright, let's see. Yes. Beautiful. As beautiful as it can be when it's so horrible. Let me get some random potions from here too. Make sure it's all looking good. Need to make those animals killable. There we go. Holy shit. Strength boosting poison of fearfulness. That might be the first time I've seen a randomly generated potion with why? Oh, I see the issue. We need to add the tiers. I forgot to append tiers to the text. I can fix that. $15 gold too. Yep, we'll get that fixed. Okay. Where is that handled? Here we are. Effect tier. String out. Append. We need to do tier 2 Roman. Space. And okay, problem solved. Okay, that'll fix it on the potion info panel, and we have it fixed on the ingredient info panel. I think there are a couple of other uses of these, however. Let's check. Info panel. Flavor widget wouldn't be there. No. Inventory potion panel, we... Yeah, we run this in WBP effects. That's a separate widget. That says the effects widget. Processing box info panel. No, it would not be on there. Well, let me just check. Let me just check all the use cases I know of it. If we miss anything, we can always add it later. Looks fine. These are fine. We could put it on here, but I won't initially. Just not initially. In that panel it would be nice, but I suppose if we have it here, it kind of works. Processing box info panel. I mean, we probably could update all of these to use the new effects widget. We can't. Yeah, we can update those. Cauldron ingredient info panel. What do I need to do to get this implemented? Build effects list with potion data. But the only thing we use from potion data is the effects, which is the array of ingredient effects. I could still, I guess, send that through and fake it. Not perfect, but it could work. Let me try it. Fuck it. Effects. And then just delete that. Then here we can just delete all of this and this and that. Get the effects widget. Build effects list. Make potion data. Just send the effects in. We'll see if that causes any problem. I don't know why I bring in the entirety of the potion data if I'm only using the effects anyway. It's kind of a shitty implementation of that. I could always just refactor that too. That's stupid. I might do something too to the effects widget where I can hide this if I want. Let me wrap this with a vertical box. Title box, variable. Build effects list, get title box. Add a boolean. Be hide title box. Make my life easy. Yeah, this should work. Hide title box. Set visibility. Select index. If true. Not hit testable. Wait, sorry, nope, collapsed. False, not hit testable, self only. Well, no, it's fine if that and all children are also hidden. We'll just shove it down here. In case of this, we do want to hide the title box. See how that looks. Here it looks fine. Oop, we can do that. Why is it not showing up there? It might not be visible enough. Why? Game you're saving that you're playing has quick save but not quick load. Which game is that? Why is that getting hidden? Getting cut off. Mind Over Magic, published by Clay. Huh. No quick load. That is weird. Especially because functionally speaking, I don't see what the issue would be in having a button that runs through the same logic as pressing escape and pressing load game and just choosing the first, you know, index in the list. What, because we size box them? Just you and I, Kent. We're the OSRS nerds. You find it funny though, but somebody told, I don't know who, but somebody told Lazy Fangs that OSRS was a PvP game primarily. Somebody out there spreading misinformation. It is kind of scrunched in. Minimum desired slot height, but there is no minimum desired slot width. Were offered a free helmet, took it, and it was cursed and I couldn't take it off? What? Are there cursed helmets in RS3? There's nothing like that in old school RuneScape. So it sounds like some RS3 sort of thing. I didn't know RS3 had cursed helmets though. Kinda shitty. Wonder if it's just because it's not wide enough. Hmm. If that's the case, I could lower the size of the widgets inside of it. It's probably expecting there to be more than 700 pixels in width in order to properly draw this. Although I'm surprised that we didn't have this problem with the other uses of that. There's just more space. Well, I don't want to widen that panel. So I think the way it fits right now is fine. Just the effects are having a problem. I want to lower the size of the text. I'll just widen the panel. Okay. Widen the panel to, let's try 800. There's something else going on. It's squeezing that image. That's weird. Not here, though. Hold on a sec. Pinching it. It is pinching it. something with the effect widget. No, not here. The standalone one. Let me try that. Let me try that. It's a little annoying to test. It is not getting smushed anymore, at least not there. No smush. Okay. I think that's better now. One thing I know we did on this to help with the display of it though was to reduce the amount of space between the effect elements. I can fix that too. Yeah, and we adjusted the minimum desired height of this. We're set to 75. I could just reduce it down to 55, maybe. That'll be good. It should be on each instance of the effects list, so I think it would be safe to just run have a function here for reduce slot height. Effects panel. Set minimum desired slot height to 55. I think that's safe to do. Then on the Cauldron info panel, on the effects, we can just simply do reduce slot height. We'll see if that messes anything up. Do, 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 do. Bell pepper, send, put in. That is definitely reduced. Let me add a crazier one in. Definitely reduced. Looks proper. That shouldn't impact the slot height here. Oh, some more padding would be nice. Let me double check. Let me make some... I know where I can grab one. Calm down, skeleton. I think the one sitting over on this well had 3 effects. Yeah, the lack of, like here, there's barely any space here. I mean, I think there's enough space down here and in between, but it's a little too close to the line. Yeah, I can fix that. Default padding below this line will be 10 too much. We'll try 10. Lower space in between to 70. And then on reduce height, we can... Well, we'll see how that looks. We will see. That might be okay. It looks better now on potions. 100%. Closer to what we have here. Not perfectly great looking, but... I won't slip my wrists over it. Here it looks fine too. Yep. Okay. Let's get the processing box fixed up too then. This also uses the modified effects panel. Delete. I think that's correct. Yep. Okay, we'll fix up the effect builder, which is here. We can just poof that and grab what we did over here. And then we'll finally check just to make sure that's working too. But it should be. Go process. It's getting cut off. I think because I made the text size on these smaller in the original, but I can also increase the size of the box. Ooh. Yeah, that's ugly. This all should have been made better. This is all horrible. That's slot padding. And it's just too big. Size box. We do have the height override. There's definitely still some issues with like the title. I know there's issues with this. As long as it's not too broken, I can deal with it. Oh, and this has the same issue as needs a refactor, really. Has the same issue here. How can I fix that? We would need to tell that it's a 3D widget, in which case forego the creation of tooltips in this method and do it using the other method. Probably the most sensible solution. B is 3D widget. Kind of stupid, but it'll work. Get this widget that we just made. Get the implementation icon. We'd almost need to pass to the effect though. What was this for? This was for the Cauldron. Yeah, the Cauldron Potion panel. We have the effects boxes. We slot what in there? Potion effect widget. Which then has the effect button, hover and unhover. In the standalone, here, we would need to determine if this is a 3D widget. Which means rather than creating the tooltip when we build the widget, we need to handle this separately. This is stupid. Alright, wrap with a button. No padding. No padding. Why do I still see padding? There we go. Don't make it focusable. You want to draw as none. So a super secret hidden button is there. But only if it's a 3D widget. Creating projects between minor UE versions is a painless usually? No. It depends on how complex your game is. but it can be quite a pain, especially if you use a lot of plugins and stuff. You need to make sure all those plugins are updated, and the updates of those plugins might have changes that you have overwritten, in which case you would have to force an update on them, which might break more things. So yeah, not always painless. Okay, remove from parent. Set to null. I'm worried to do that. I'd love to upgrade to 5.5, especially for like megalights. But I know I've made changes to UDS, to fluid flux, to a whole bunch of things that I don't know. I don't think it's worth it right now. It's not worth it for this, but when we make the vertical slice, we will be trying to do it properly and stay up to date. Eventually, we'll have to lock in. Okay. Add another boolean here. B is 3D widget. And the only place we want to put this on is here. Is 3D widget. And then if it is a 3D widget, we can skip the creation of the tooltip. And then we need to hook that up. Boop with boop. And it's pretty weird. Yeah. Okay. Okay, do that too. Yeah. Copy grab. Yo, spaghetti. Okay. Okay. There's more work than I thought it would be today. That's one thing. That's fine. I know the next thing I want to do is... I do know how to do it. And I know that there's only one location for me to do it. So realistically, I don't see much issue. Okay, the icon is not working. I broke the icon. And the text. Because we do not store effecta. Effect. Yeah, because I don't update the icon at all. Okay, that is fine. I can fix that. I should fix that. Oh yeah, because okay, hold on a second. I never had it set up to build those just off the start. That was my fault. Oopsie daisy. Up. Pull this out. This goes in the build widget. We have it here. We need to just run this. As a chaos bot, we do not thank the chaos bots for following. They deserve no thanks. Okay. Okay, that should be fixed. I don't imagine I have other locations where these effects and icons are used. Yeah, it's dirty, but it does work. Okay. Okay. That would be that then. I feel happy enough with that. Let's see. I mean, I could double check, but I'm pretty sure those are all the panels. Info panel. Done, done. Flavor. Text widget. Book junk. Seeds, no. So yeah, that should be all of them. Should be all of the info panels with that. Okay. I will consider that finished. The second part of that is implementing it in the game guide. I guess we could do that right now. Where is the game guide? Good question. Where is the game guide? I didn't put this somewhere else, did I? Escape menu. Helper widget. Helper. That's what I called it. Okay, I think this reads from a data table. Yeah, and we need a couple of strings for this. Helper text. Combat. We'll fill this up even more as we go, but for now this is fine. Combat. I think I would need to implement the icons as part of a rich text. Alchemy, UI. Rich image. I should be able to shove these in. Combat implementation none. Set this to 32 by 32. Duplicate, duplicate. Will be partial. Not with a semicolon at the end, please. This will be full. Partial. Full. I do not remember how to call an image in rich text. I do not remember one bit. I mean, it should be in here if I set this. Where do we use the spoon lore one? Data, books, assets, spoon lore, pages. It's the one with his family tree. This one. I just put an image in there. So I didn't even use rich text for that. I just shoved the image in there. My family tree. Oh yeah, I forget. He had a brother called Moldy Bread. And he was retarded and died of a water overdose. Which means he drowned. In the sewage. Quite the family. I don't know if I had it set up for the decorator class. You have the rich image asset, which is based on a rich image, so I guess it should work. Yeah, image ID equals. Let me try it. Let's see here. Game guide. Don't see combat. Because I didn't add it. Combat. Title text. Hey, Armageddon. New here. I'm sure people ask this a lot. What kind of game you making? Also, are you the only dev? I'm making a open world alchemy RPG where the potions you make can change the fates of the adventurers that visit you and ask for potions. So it's very choice heavy and quite a lot of dialogue since you have to learn about these NPCs and decide what potions to give them. And I'm not the only dev, but I am the one that puts the most time into it because I don't have a job. This is my job. Add the command in the stream title. Alright, I'll do what you want. You and your good ideas. There you go. It's weird that it doesn't show up. It shows up here. It's showing up. Is it... Let me see why. Where am I looking? Game guide, combat. It's not showing up. I wonder if the quotation marks are fucking it up. That is highly likely. I need the quotation marks in there though, so... You know, let's just reinforce this. I would have such a hard time learning to code. This all looks so random. It depends what you want to make. And I think getting started with like stuff like blueprints is pretty easy. For a long time I've wanted to make a small little like tutorial video for getting into blueprints. Other people have mentioned that it might be useful for them. I could do it. We could even do it tomorrow. And then I'll throw it up on YouTube. I know it's the quotation. I don't know if I can do single quotation marks though. I'll try it. Because I don't think the quotes are escaping. No. Okay, I can try escaping the quotes. Doubt it's gonna work though. I can do a replacement, so we're not completely out of options here if this doesn't work. It does not work. That is fine. What we'll do is replace these lines with quotations. Would we build the helper? Where's the helper? Data. Okay, build, set a page. Grab it, get string. Let's do this instead. String out. Replace. And replace all of these with quotation. And then it should work. If you have any questions about blueprints, just let me know. I think they're mostly a memorization thing. If you can get the logic of coding, then blueprints are just memorizing what nodes to use. Because you don't often have as many useful tools as like a good IDE would have. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, let's see. Potion effects. not all potion effects are implemented into combat yet. In most panels where effects are seen, either on ingredients or potions, a symbol that's next to the effect that communicates status of that effect in combat scenarios. None, partial, full, an effect with this icon denotes that the effect has no working implementation for it in combat scenarios. Has only some working scenarios. Icon effect fully implemented for combat scenarios. Regardless of implementation status, all effects are fully functional when it comes to dialogues and NPC.
FBI, open up!
Don't do it! How you doing, man? These are fully functional when it comes to dialogues and NPC commissions. 2M. 2M, 2S. I think. Tomorrow, day off? Oh, nice. You're going snowboarding. Good thing, because it did snow last night. I have a question. Graphics related, if you know. Maybe. Anything art related? UE5 compared to UE4. I think I watched something that said it uses triangles as its building block, which allows it to have better, more detailed graphics. How is it different from why is the triangle so important? I think it would limit possibility to make things look more sharp. I do not know what you're referring to. Are you potentially referring to like nanite? Yeah, if you're referring to nanite, nanite is a pretty nice technology. Pretty impressive. So nanite is, I will give you a very layman explanation to this. I think that there are way better, graphical programmers who can explain this in a better term, but it is virtualized geometry. So what this does is it breaks down the face, the mesh, and it will only render the pixels that are actually visible to you in that moment. So while you can have a mesh that is incredibly complex, you could have millions of triangles on that mesh, there's no way that a 1080p screen is going to be able to even make use of that, right? At a certain point, the number of triangles would be smaller than a pixel size. So rather than trying to calculate all that data, what it does is it virtualizes that mesh geometry, and it only renders the clusters of triangles that are going to actually make a difference to your visibility of that mesh. So a good visualization of this, which makes a lot more sense than what I'm yapping on about, is you can see here, for instance, this tree has, I think, like 300, 400,000 or something triangles. Very, very heavy tree. And as we get closer to it, you can see that it is generating more clusters, meaning it is rendering more of those triangles at once. And as we back up, because the pixel size of the clusters is getting smaller and smaller, we don't need to worry about rendering it at such a high level of detail. So it's LODs, level of detail. The nice thing is it handles it automatically for the mesh, so you don't need to set up additional LODs within your meshes themselves. And beyond that, it can pull clusters that are behind ones that you see. So for instance, if I'm looking at this branch really close up, there are plenty of clusters on my mountain that are not visible, and they get culled from the rendering, even though they're part of the same mesh. So it is a very efficient and scalable way to handle high fidelity scenes when it comes to like the geometry of the scene. It does have an initial cost, so the cost of including nanite is higher than without nanite, but because it scales better, you know, potentially magnitudes higher than without nanite, you can have extremely complex scenes without having to make your own LODs. That is my layman term explanation for nanite from what I understand of it. And there are plenty of other benefits too for nanite, but it is expensive if your scene is not very detailed or doesn't use nanite super well. Our scene doesn't use it super well, so the benefits are negligible. But you can imagine with this sort of culling that occurs when I'm in this house, and it's culling clusters that are not visible, the performance inside the house is just by nature very, very good compared to, you know, outside the house. Like having these rocks here, we can forego rendering a lot of the background scenery here. So if you use nanite, you should use nanite as much as you can. The more you use nanite, the better. But there are many cases, and some that are not so well described, where nanite will be a performance loss compared to not having nanite enabled at all. Usually with like you know, low fidelity geometry. If you have good LODs, LODs will win with nanite. Yes. Yep, LODs, good LODs are better than nanite. Except in the case where, well, no, it's pretty much always true. The problem is that really good LODs take time to make, and nanite is just automatic. But I think that there are still benefits to nanite that good LODs will not resolve, like the per cluster culling. You can't fix that with LODs. I don't know if that made sense or if I was wrong in any way. But there's been a lot of information spreading around that nanite is horrible for performance, and that it isn't good, and that it's making games stutter and all this bullshit, and it's really just that nanite has specific use cases, and if you don't use it properly, it will be a performance loss. And it also changes the workflow for your meshes. So like things with masked materials are horrible with nanite, and you actually want to have, for instance, like if you want your grass to have nanite enabled, you don't want masked materials, you actually want meshes, right? Because you want to have those triangles for the calculation to actually use. It just changes the workflow. I think this is good. Alchemy, strings. It gives you the ability to have super high poly assets. Yeah, and a shit ton of them too, right? I'll show you an example. Give me a second. Where's that tree? So here's the raw mesh. We have 514,000 triangles on this bad boy. It is a heavy tree. Let me pull some into the scene. And we'll throw on FPS. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so that's 100. Oop. Ooh. 3, 4, 5. So here in this scene right now, we have a total of sorry. 257 million triangles in the scene, and we are getting a stable 60 FPS because nanite, even in this pretty unoptimized use case scenario, is where there's a lot of overdraw in some cases, especially if we're looking straight down the line of some of these branches. It's only going to be rendering the pixels as we should be seeing them. So these clusters are very optimized in this case. And as we get closer to some of them, we may need to render higher resolution clusters, but even then we are culling out all of the clusters that we can't see. So from a fidelity perspective, there's none of this like weird mesh change pop-in that you might get with really, really strict LODs. So 257 million triangles can be rendered on screen with this, or I could disable nanite and see what happens. Give it a sec. Ooh, we have 10 FPS, 11. It's shit. It's bad. It's not good. It's not good. Let's get that back. There we go. Smooth 60. Yeah, it's very, very good technology, and it scales like crazy. It scales so well. LODs take time to make, but nanite is better procedurally, or whatever you just said. So would LODs be better for handcrafted worlds, whereas nanite would be better when procedurally generated generic? It's not exactly like that. LODs take time to make, but LODs can perform as good or better than nanite, and for cheaper. The reason that LODs will not be cannot perfectly replace nanite is because nanite goes beyond automatic LOD generation, and it can also do culling of meshes based on those clusters. So instead of you having to cull either the mesh as a whole, so maybe a mesh is behind a mountain, but if even a little bit of that mesh is visible behind that mountain, not only do we have to render the entire mesh, but we also have to render its shadow for the entire mesh. So nanite also does, somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but it will only generate shadows and clusters for things that are visible. So if a portion of that tree is sticking out of the mountain, only the clusters that we see are showing it, only the clusters that we see are generating shadow. You can have a custom culling system too. So anything that nanite does, you can do. Most of the things that nanite does, you can do without nanite, but nanite does it automatically. And most game engines, if you don't see it, it doesn't render anyway. But if it does, if you do see a little portion of it, you will have to render all of it. Whereas with nanite, you only render that cluster that you see. And that cannot, as far as I know, cannot be done without virtualizing the mesh or without breaking up the mesh into smaller pieces. But again, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. It goes over my head too. So we can be in the same boat. I had to spend a few hours trying to figure out how nanite actually worked, to understand it. It's very impressive though. It's pretty crazy. Flying through hundreds of millions of triangles without any noticeable performance issues. And it's better if you just have one asset and can't create LEDs due to budget restraints or lack of artists. I think that nanite still wins. It just requires a workflow that uses nanite properly. Hold on, let me go back. Our current map does not really utilize it well, to be fair, so the performance gain that we have in our prototype map is negligible, but you know, performance is really not a main focus of our prototype, so this map is not going to be used in the final game. We will make a new project. Hey TJR, how you doing, man? With rendering, you can mark component that should be taken into consideration when calculation bounds. You can render tree only if you are looking at some collision box and core of it. And that itself, while doable, is a lot more work than just ticking enable nanite, right? And that's where nanite saves a lot of time. But some things will perform worse with nanite, and some things will perform better with nanite. You need to have a whole, you know, different way of managing your materials when you use nanite. Nanite just kind of works, but you do have that initial buffer cost that you can usually visualize. So you can see the nanite base pass there in the GPU calculation. If you don't have nanite, that base pass that is kind of like a fixed cost is not taken into account. So in low poly scenes where your GPU isn't going to struggle rendering what's on the screen anyway, you're basically just taking an FPS hit to your game by enabling nanite. But then you have that scaling that is, you know, again, magnitudes higher than you can do in a traditional scene. UE 5.7 will maybe reap all long-term benefits of what UE 5.0 introduced. Yeah, I think that the biggest cost is Lumen. It's really Lumen. Like, Lumen looks really, really good, but it is one of the most expensive aspects of Unreal Engine that you have. And you can still play without Lumen, 100%. So, you know, you can have Unreal Engine 5 and disable all of the things that have that increased cost, similar to what Unreal 4.0 had. So it's not that Unreal 5.0 is the problem, it's that the new technologies introduced in Unreal 5, the technology that we have hasn't really caught up to utilizing them properly, and the optimization of those features is not at a point where it's super stable to use yet. But we're getting there, and I think, like you said, either 5.10 or essentially a few years in the future, it will be the same as back when hair physics from NVIDIA became something that it was just, oh yeah, just enable. There's no performance cost to this. You know, it became optimized, and the power of GPUs became higher. That running those sorts of simulations are no question nice and fast. Not to say Unreal doesn't have problems, though. It does. But identifying where the problem starts and how they get resolved is part of it. And Lumen is just one of those things that requires a good head to work with, you know, a knowledgeable individual to optimize the parameters and settings for it to make it run well. It's just tough to use. And I don't think it looks good. When it looks bad, it looks horrible. When it looks good, it looks great. Okay, I have way too much shit open right now. Close it all. Okay, where's my game guide? See if these are working. It works. Good enough. I don't know why this one is so much smaller than these. Why is that so tiny? I can fix that, hold on. .256 by 256. Should be the same. Awkward. Oh, the size of it. Yeah, I can bump that back up. That's all it was. It does properly scale it down, which is nice. Yeah, that's better. Okay, beautiful. So that then is finished too. What next? Player attribute HUD. You show chat effect. I did show them, yeah. I did indeed. By the way, do you have anything checked out right now? Or am I okay to be working on the stuff that I'm working on? If I have, then I don't care. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Get player ability system. Get player character. Cast to first person character. Ability system component. I'm gonna do a P is val. Turn a validation check too. Why not? Okay, this should be pretty easy. I think I'm gonna shove this in the bottom left. I don't imagine we have anything down there. Can double check. No, only thing in the bottom left we have would be... Oh, let me think actually. Who cares? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. But I mean, who cares? We can always move this. Top middle is taken up by the... Be top right. Top left or bottom right, I think would look... You know what? No, we'll put him in the bottom left. I can always move the version number up to the upper right or something. Not a big deal. Version button. Oh yeah, there's a little animation that I play, I think, just to make the version brighter. If you hover over it. I don't even know if you can see it anywhere though. Doesn't seem to crash as much as people will claim. Which thing? Oh, UE5? Like the editor or the games? My editor crashes a lot, but I think that it's because of plugins. I'd have to look at the crash logs. I think it's just the plugins that have some issues sometimes. I heard recently, by the way, Cuthbert, I heard recently, and I don't know if it's true, that some uses of soft object references will not get pushed to the garbage collector and are a common cause of memory leaks in Unreal Engine. There's something about the loading and unloading. I'd have to see if I can find that again. I don't know if it's true or not. I know for sure, though, I have not ever had any like memory leak issues using hard references. And I've never really seen an Unreal Engine game that had memory leak issues. So, I don't know how true any of this stuff is. I don't want to move the tutorial. Don't want to move the tutorial. Let me think. Yeah, I'll just put the player stats above the version number, like right above it. That'll work. Imagine how I create memory leak with loading of assets. I think that's what it was related to, where something about loading up the soft object and unloading it doesn't properly send it to the GC. Why was that though? We can look it up. UE5 soft reference memory leak. It might have been in like one of these videos or something. The one thing I didn't like about soft object references is the amount of work that needs to go into properly using them. I don't know. I went down a rabbit hole one day and I read about this being a potential issue. Wait, hold on. Not here, is it? No, it's not here. I don't remember where it was. I've never had a memory leak problem, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't ever happen. Thank you for saving the moment I'm typing in a name. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I want to make this simple. I just want to have 3 bars right now for health, essence, and stamina. Something, at least right now, health is the main important one that we need to show. Technically, essence doesn't matter, so maybe I just won't show that yet because we don't have any... The player can't cast any spells. And stamina might be used for, like, breathing. You could handle that separately. So maybe for now, I'll just make the health bar. Why get any more complicated? Wrap with a size box. Wrap with a horizontal box. Size to content. Width and height override. Progress bar fill. Fill color. I'll put some text in there too. Let me wrap this with an overlay. And use that for the amount of health the player has left. Like percentage or something, or maybe just number. Ooh. Yeah, we'll see how that looks. Might be a little bit small. I call it player states. Hold on. Player stats. That's better. Alright. Player stats. The nice thing about this is that we can just bind it directly to a value. It will be updating every tick, of course. But that's okay for us. We want health to update every tick. Just easier that way. Okay, alignment, that's the wrong one. Set this to be here for now. Okay, I don't think I have like a health icon or anything, but I can grab one. Health icon. This could kind of work. I don't think it really matters. This one is viable. The health, that works. Okay, add an image, shove it over here. Size box is 30. Let's override this to 32. I could also, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make the icon bigger than the progress bar. I think that's a smarter way to do it. Health. I did not pull it into the game. Content, alchemy, art, UI, player stats. Health, that is massive. Jesus Christ. Lower the padding on this a little bit. Down to 15. I'm going to make this text black with a white outline. I don't know how to feel about it, but we'll see. Okay, this is player health bar. This image does not need to be variable. And this text T player health should be a variable. And we are going to bind this to function get player ability system. And we want to get attribute. Get float attribute from ability system component. This was the text, right? Yeah, the text, okay. And we want to get the current health. And the max health. These are floats though, so I will round them the nearest value. Okay. Should work. Let's do the same thing on the progress bar. A little bit different though. We need to normalize. We'll take these and we will normalize to range. This will take our current health and a min and max. Is that proper? Should be. Let's see here. I'll make it so you guys can see it as well. I don't think... Does the skeleton deal damage to us when he hits us? Don't think he does. The fire will, though. Yeah. Okay, it's working. We don't have a dying, like, failure condition right now. But at least now we can very easily and quickly see our current health. So I think that works. Combat in my potion game. Yes, indeed. Potion-based combat. Once we can get it working. We wanted this for debugging, because right now the only way to see the player stats is to use debug. I was like, well, I'll just make a quick HUD element for it, because I think that'll be quick. Question is... when will it get removed? It's part of the main HUD, so it should get removed whenever we... Oh no, it doesn't get removed. I could throw it in a different part of the HUD because I don't want it to be available in alchemy. Let me think here. And it's going to be visible, I think, if we're doing NPC shit too, right? I think I wanted to tie it to whatever system we were using for the hotbar, since it's only relevant. It's got like an immersive mode to it. Really poorly made though. Yeah. I mean, I could make it its own thing and set it to hide. in different scenarios. Realistically, though, this would have been better set up sooner. Let me think. Making it immersive would be better, in which case we'd want to check if the player's in combat. Let me think. Let me think here. We should have like a combat HUD. That the player's stats, any sort of enemy stats are all part of. You know, if we have like an enemy health bar that appears, I don't know, some like boss health bar appears on the HUD, right? Whereas regular enemies just have a floating one. And I feel like making that all part of a combat HUD would be safer. And then we can hide the combat HUD in different scenarios. Maybe that's the better way. Maybe. Okay. Combat. Okay, let's anchor this like before. Align it. We'll delete that from the game HUD, and then we will add the combat HUD to this. Not hit testable. I could put it behind things in the Z order, but it's always in the background. That will at least help it in certain scenarios where maybe we forget to, or there's a bug or something and it still shows up. It will at least show up behind everything else. Similar to like the crosshair. That's on -10 as well. Okay. We'll just do this is valid. Visibility. Oops, this one should be collapsed. This one is not hit testable. Okay, the cases where we would want to do this would be the alchemy table for sure. We handle the inputs. There is a reset HUD. But that's its own HUD. Yeah, we reset the visibility of the hotbar. And the crosshair. So this is kind of where we do it. Okay. On end alchemy, we will show combat HUD. Again, this is not really a great way to do it, but the more we discover, the more we'll know how to do it properly for vertical slice. I'm gonna do it before we switch the camera. Probably dialogue would be another good place to hide it. Dialogue, fishing, farming. It's fine. Where's this lagging? No? Okay, weird. Maybe it's compiling shaders or something. It's weird. I know we hide the context panel when we initiate dialogue. Oh, toggle context tooltip visibility. Yeah, and that's handled in the function library. Okay. We do handle it there. Yeah, okay. So we can shove it here too. And then we probably re-enable that via toggle. I know where that's handled. It's probably handled in the narrative events. If I had to guess. This is where it's going to find two other uses of it. Dialog widget and toggle context. Okay, here we go. Show combat HUD. This is when we end dialogue. And this is when we close it. Cool. Show combat. Thankfully, fishing and farming are a bit better set up. Farming plots, BP farming plot. Begin farming. End farming. Not the fish PP. Where's the fishing spot? There it is. Fishing spot. And I think trapping spot is based off of object with tool. No, these would have separate. Yeah, we'd have to put in begin trapping and end trapping. Okay. Hide combat HUD. Show combat HUD. Why does setup fishing not hide the crosshair? Do we show the crosshair in the fishing minigame? Hold on a sec. That's working at least. Oh yeah, we do. I can remove that. That is just a bug. Update crosshair visibility to collapsed. Hide combat HUD. Show combat HUD. Barter confirmation. Don't think we use. Oh yeah, we do it to turn it back on, so we should put it here too then. Show HUD. Well, do we? Because yeah, I think we will. That's messy. Okay, so it should get turned off and on in the contextually appropriate context. The one potential gripe is that it is on at all times. I can understand that won't be to everybody's preference. Let's get Spoon here. Alchemy turned off. Back on. I don't think it'll interfere with reading books, so I'm not going to turn it off when that's being done. Turned off there. Oh. I recreated the door bug. You know what I bet it is? I bet it's related to the NPCs, where technically they are valid objects, but because the tooltip itself is not... Hold on a sec. I've been trying to figure out why that bug occurs, but I was never able to recreate it, and I think I know now why it's happening. Hey, Rex. Hold on, I think I'm gonna try to recreate it here. Oh, I found you, you dumb bitch bug. Ooh, I found you, you stupid fucking bug. I gotcha. Yeah, sorry, the fish thing isn't working. I'm gonna get that fixed for tomorrow. I turned it off for the gameplay. It's because he doesn't have anything, so I think I can fix this by going to NPC base. Where are my NPCs? Yeah, we don't have anything that's being run interactable within range. Ugh. That should fix it. Because the line trace is still hitting a valid target, but because NPCs don't have any tooltip, yeah, okay. Finally, God, I tracked that bug down. I had it happen once and I couldn't figure out why it was occurring and I couldn't recreate it. Thank God, though. Okay, that's turning off. Let's go check fishing. And I can check if it bothers with the book or anything. There's a book on the pier. Awesome, and the crosshair is now not showing. These fish suck. What a load of shit fish. Not biting my sunstreak. Who the hell do you think you are? Stupid fish. Well, I mean, throwing random... To be fair, throwing random flowers on your hook. Yeah, I can see how that doesn't really lead to fish biting. There's a bug though, I see. Shitfish. Well, either way, the HUD's still working. I don't have any good bait for them. If I had some like worms or something. Here, I'll do it for the sake of... We're testing things, why don't we just catch a fish to test it? Why not? They should all bite this. Here he comes. Oh. Oh. Glug glug. Catch, bitch. Got him. Emerald bass. Got him. Who's next? Who's biting my worm? No teeth. You know, I like how we handled this. It looks really stupid. But for making a fishing system in a week, I guess it could be worse. From scratch. But we can make some improvements on it though. Like cool treasures and all the good stuff. Nice. Okay, that's working. Bait selection looks good too. Only thing I wish is that it faded out correctly. But I don't think we could hook it up to the same system as the hotbar. We need a more robust like in combat sort of check. We don't have that right now. We do have a beach ball though. Moaning beach ball, the game. Thank you. Added a beach ball emote. Yeah, you guys can spam that anytime that I get distracted. Here, bitch. Hit it. Do it. How does he not see that beach ball? You stupid butterfly. He should prioritize hitting the beach ball over being scared, but it might be the other way around. Here's the Sonic the Hedgehog snail, who is mysteriously moving faster than he should be, and we don't know why. And he's the only one that does it. And we can't locate the bug because everything in his blueprint indicates that he should be moving at the same speed as other snails. He also floats in the air sometimes. Truly a mystery. I don't know why. Why do you do it? Why? What is going on? Mystery, a complete mystery. Okay, so the HUD looks good. Player attribute HUD. We just need to put some more stats on that when we have them. We do have stamina and, you know, all this stuff hooked up. We just don't have any point where it's used. So I guess as we continue moving forward with implementing those sorts of things, we can improve that. So for now, I will consider that finished. How much time do we have left? 2 p.m. Let me think. I'm looking at our board right now. If you'd like to see it along with me, you can type !progress in chat and get a link to our work. There was one bug with fishing I could fix because I did spot it. And that was the bait menu does not get properly updated when the player opens up the fishing spot. Rex can add emotes because he's authorized to do so through 7TV. I think he has to be the one to do it though, because it's some set that he has admin access over. I don't know. He can tell me if I'm wrong somewhere. Set up fishing. Bait selection menu. We don't have the bait widget. Update bait. Update fishing bait. If this is none, do we reset this back to nothing? Oh no, that updates fishing bait. Is it hidden? Where is it? UI fishing. Bait selection. Fishing bait info. So wait, how does this look initially when you have no bait? Just doesn't show up at all. But then we show current bait. But right now, fishing bait should be empty because when we end fishing, we fully remove the bait, right? Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't update bait. I can check. I can check. Easy to do. Get current fishing bait. Print. No, we don't. Okay, I can do that. Let's see here. Fishing spot. End fishing. Fishing bait. It properly updates that, but it doesn't properly update the fishing bait. So what we'll do is on fishing bait info, when we go to set up the widget, if current fishing bait is equal to null, not equal to null, go ahead and do what you need to do. Otherwise, set visibility to elapsed. Do a return. I have to specifically specify none. Although I don't think I would have had to do that if I just set this to empty. Technically, though, we might not be running build widget when that happens. That might be why it's not updating. That's possible, too. We're probably only building that when we are updating the bait from the bait selection menu. Of course, it makes sense that we're not doing that. So what I could do is on start fishing and setup fishing. Get the fishing HUD, fishing bait info, run a quick build. Do you guys want to watch some Tim Kaine after this? Yeah, that works. Try catching something quickly. Okay, that's working. Awesome. Fixed up that bug. I am happy with that. Okay then. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't have anything too major to jump into today. Let me double check. Enemy attribute visuals. Can worry about that tomorrow. Creature on death handle. Can worry about that tomorrow too. We can do loot tables and enemy creature on death handling tomorrow for sure. I will prioritize those two things. And we'll get those done. Alright, then let me go to the bathroom. And we can spend a little bit of extra time today to watch some Tim Kaine. Did I actually make any changes to the map? Don't think so. Okay, in which case I will end the recording there. But if you're on Twitch, stay on Twitch, and we will watch a couple of Tim Kaine videos. Get up on our backlog with him, and yeah, that'll be a fun way to end the day here. Ooh, punch my desk. Alright, bye-bye YouTube. Catch you guys later.